All right, good afternoon, Central Texas. Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell here with you. In the 1 o'clock hour, did want to talk about what we got going on with our weather. Let's see here real quick. Not showing up on the wall. All right, Central Texas, sorry about that false start. Had to go change a couple of things, couple of settings in our control room, but we should be good to go now. Let me double check. And there I am, yes, okay. Just had to change a couple of settings there. But we're good to go at this time. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on. So the first thing we want to talk about is going to be in the western parts of Central Texas. You can see there is a severe thunderstorm warning. This in effect for Hamilton, Lampasas, and Mills counties until 2 o'clock. This storm right here that you can see in the past, it has had a capability here of producing 1.5-inch hail or golf ball sized hail. Now the good news is we've seen it weaken just a little bit over the last 10-15 minutes or so. Probably not still producing that golf ball sized hail, but still capable of large hail. You can see the path this storm is on right now would take it through Goldthwaite about 106, Castor by 120, Moline by 144, Adamsville, and then the Friendship School there just before 210. So let's go ahead and take a look at the hail inside this storm and see just how large we are dealing with at the moment. All right, so we're gonna grab our scope tool. We're going to zoom in just a little bit here. You can see there is that hail core just to the northwest of Goldthwaite. The good news is we've seen it come way down. Definitely not still dealing with golf ball sized hail. But as we take a look inside the storm here, you can see still just around an inch, 0.7 right now, about 3/4 of an inch. That's just a little bit smaller than a quarter. So again, still pocket change sized hail falling out of the storm. Again, a weakening trend though over the last 15-20 minutes. That's good news, as now it is heading into Goldthwaite at the moment. So that hail core should be there in the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. So if you're in Goldthwaite, just make sure you're indoors as this hail does start to come down. Taking a wider look at everything, you can see there is a large swath of activity across Central Texas right now. Now, we were expecting this last night. Last night we were talking about how this was going to come in kind of between 11 and 1, and here we are right now in the 1 o'clock hour. It is starting to push through Central Texas, especially our western communities right now. That is the main concern at the moment. Most of this won't be severe. We'll have severe storms potentially from time to time throughout the day, but as far as a widespread severe threat, that is not our expectation. This is going to primarily be a thunderstorm situation with, again, just a couple of storms like you're seeing right now in Mills County that could be a little bit on the stronger side. Another area I wanted to look at here, just to the southwest of Turnersville, another potential hail core trying to develop there in parts of Coryell County. This is well north of Gatesville, just to the east of Highway 36, again, just to the southwest there of Turnersville. And all this activity is moving off to the east, so we'll continue to see it kind of push that direction. So if you're in Turnersville, could be dealing with a little bit of hail. The precipitation rate right now, not terribly strong in that part of the storm, but again, probably dealing with about 1/2 inch hail there, so about dime, nickel-sized hail. That's what can be expected out of that particular hail core, but we'll keep an eye on it just in case it does get a little bit stronger. The other situation that we're dealing with all of this, of course, this is a large area of rainfall across Central Texas, is the potential for some flash flooding. You can see this green box right here. So there's two boxes. The lighter green, that is a flood advisory, but the darker green, that is a flash flood warning for Navarro County right now. And as you can see, rain moving out of Navarro County, more rain moving into Navarro County. So this is going to continue to be an issue there for folks in Navarro County, especially up in Corsicana there. Of course, I-45, a very busy highway this time of day as people are going out on their lunch breaks across the area. So that's what we got going on locally. Across the region, you can see it's raining from Dallas all the way basically back towards that storm there in Goldthwaite. So this is a large area of activity, all moving off to the east. So we'll push through the I-35 corridor as we head through the rest of the day. Let's take a look at our forecast here and kind of see what our timing looks like. All right, so as we put this in motion, here we are 1 o'clock. Back in motion, you can see it kind of pushes through as we head towards about 5 o'clock, that evening drive period. That's when we kind of see it pushing across I-35. It'll continue on over the course of the next about 6-7 hours as it pushes off from I-35 to I-45 between about 5 and about 9 o'clock. So if you're in our eastern zones, that's about what time you can expect to see these storms come through, is going to be after you get home from dinner, more than likely, especially if you're down in College Station or the other areas of the Brazos Valley. For tonight, expecting a little bit of a break. We should get that. We got a little bit of a break last night, got a little bit of a rogue storm this morning, early this morning, just around daybreak. That one was not in our data, it was not in our models. But again, a little bit of extra rain as we started off our day, even before this main line kind of got here over the last hour or so. We do expect more activity for your Friday, scattered to isolated showers and thunderstorms possible for your Friday afternoon. We'll kind of see that linger into the evening hours, another break, and then for Saturday, a lot of question marks about Saturday. Will the rain make it far enough south to impact us here in central Texas? That is what we were keeping an eye on, but again, that is still a little bit up in the air. We'll keep an eye on it though as we head towards the weekend. For now, I'm going to go ahead and put this back on radar. We'll give you another update here in about 20 minutes or so, so stay tuned on our 6 Plus streaming platform. Thank you. All right, well, good afternoon again, Central Texas. Just about 1:30 on your Thursday afternoon. Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell in studio with you, kind of keeping a closer eye on what's going on across Central Texas today. First and foremost, this is all a lot of good news for us. There's some bad news mixed in. We'll talk about it, but the good news, of course, is that a bunch of us are seeing some very much needed rain, and you can see some very heavy rain now moving off towards the I-35 corridor. So again, the bad news with all that is, as you see all these little green boxes on our map here, those are all flood advisories. So areas that have gotten quite a bit of rain already, and as you can see, are about to get a little bit more. So let's talk about, though, the severe weather. We have a couple of severe storms on our hands right now. The first one is in Mills County, moving off towards Lampasas and the southern edge of Hamilton County there. That's in effect until 2 o'clock. This storm has a history of golf ball-sized hail, but over the last half hour or so, really weakening quite a bit to the point where our hail is now maybe 3/10, 2/10 of an inch, so pea-sized hail within that storm. But if you are in the path of this storm, this is when we expect the storm to make it to you by 1:52 towards Moline, Adamsville by 2:15, the Hillsdale School there by 2:30, same with Pearl. The Promella School by about 2:40, South Promella again 2:40 there, and then into King by 2:47. The newest severe thunderstorm warning, also in effect until 2 o'clock, is for this storm right now in San Saba County, moving east towards the Colorado River right now. Again, let's take a look at these hail cores here. And again, it's showing this because I did do the hail measurement just a minute ago. There you go, has to reload. Notice these, whenever you see these dark gray shadings, we're really talking about, again, pea-sized hail, 1/4 of an inch in diameter at best. So again, not much going on there in terms of the hail. Could still see some 40, 45 mile an hour wind gusts with that storm as it comes through. So keep that in mind, but it's moving through Goldthwaite now, again, towards the county line there into Lampasas County. The stronger storm right now that we're dealing with is back to the west here. So it says 0.7. I want to do a new measurement on that. So hold on, let me come back over here and let me use my measurement tool to get a new measurement because I don't think that's quite accurate. You can see there's just a little bit of a purple shade developing in the middle of this storm. It usually tells me it's going to be at least over an inch. And as a matter of fact, 1.6. So there is a small portion of this storm. And again, notice this is well north of Richland Springs. In fact, just about halfway between Richland Springs and the Colorado River there in San Saba County. 1.6, that's golf ball sized hail. So again, very large hail within this storm. Right now falling over primarily rural parts of San Saba County. Again, north of Richland Springs and moving off to the east. So across kind of the bend in the Colorado River there before moving off into Mills County here over the next half hour or so. If you're in the path of this storm, this is when expected to get to you. Spring Creek there by about 1:33, so very soon. So if you're in Spring Creek, just make sure you're indoors. As again, this hail, as it falls out of the sky, very large, damaging, and can also be very painful as well. Castor there by about 2:04, Scallern by about 2:08 as it crosses again over the Colorado River here over the next half hour or so. The wider view shows us that there's a lot of rain and a new severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for parts of McLennan County. And this is primarily, it looks like to me, going to be because of wind. You can see a little bit of a bend in the storm. That tells me that this has got some very strong outflow winds. I'm going to do a little check on that here in just a second. But the other thing I want to talk about too is, again, a flash flood warning in effect for Navarro County. More rain moving into Navarro County. So if you're in Corsicana along I-45, expect the potential for some flooded roadways there. So again, the newest issue that we're dealing with now is this storm moving towards McLennan County, towards Waco. You can see a severe thunderstorm warning there. We're going to do a couple of measurements on that real quick. I'm going to step off screen so I can do that for you real quick. All right, so we're going to zoom in here. And again, I can almost guarantee that the primary reason for this severe thunderstorm warning for McLennan County is going to be because of the wind coming out of this storm. You can always tell when they have these bow shapes to them. And again, I'll show you what I'm talking about here real quick. Again, the leading edge of the storm, somewhat horseshoe shaped, tells me that there are probably some very strong wind gusts coming out of this storm. So as we take a look at this severe thunderstorm warning, it is in effect until 2:30 for, again, parts of southern Bosque, southern Hill, northern Coryell, and then most of McLennan County until 2:30. So this storm's moving east at about 30 miles per hour, 65 mile an hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. So whenever, excuse me, whenever we see nickel-sized hail, that is not necessarily severe hail. So once again, big reason for the severe thunderstorm warning is going to be because of the winds that are coming out of this storm. So From Clifton to Crawford towards Gatesville, again, notice how it makes that kind of arcing motion there. Again, that is our radar indication of some very strong winds coming out of the storm. In fact, if you're in western parts of McLennan County, say from Crawford, even maybe towards Elmont, maybe China Spring area, you're going to feel those winds here pretty quick as they blow out of the storm. You're going to feel the winds before you get the heaviest part of the storm on top of you. So just know that the winds are going to tell you that this storm is on the way. So just bear that in mind. If you start to feel those winds pick up, the storm is headed your way. Waco already seeing a little bit of rain, but the heaviest rain in this storm, the severe warned storm, is headed your way, and we'll be there in about the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. We'll put a track on it. I'm going to have to step off screen once again to put a track on that. That's what happens when these warnings are issued as we're in the middle of one of these updates, is I'm not able to preset the graphics properly. All right, so let's go ahead and track this storm. Moving east at 30 miles per hour. Go ahead and set this up. So I'm basically take this whole arc here, because anywhere in this arc could be experiencing those very strong winds as the storm comes through. All right, so 140, we're looking at this storm being in Crawford by 149, Whitney, Oglesby by 155, 159, McGregor, 211 into Waco. So again, about a half hour, 35 minutes or so. And again, that's when the rain, the heaviest rain, will arrive. You could theoretically feel those outflow winds long before the rain actually arrives. So keep that in mind. This is when we expect the strongest winds and, of course, the rain, the heaviest rain, to arrive in your area. Hewitt, 216, Robinson by 223, Lorena, 230, and then into Riesel by 242. And again, this is all assuming that this holds together long enough to make it to all these locations, but just understand that, again, this is a pretty strong storm with some very potent outflow winds. Again, that is the primary concern with this storm. Yes, nickel-sized hail, and in fact, the hail core that you saw there in southern Bosque County has actually diminished quite a bit, but the winds are still there. Let's go ahead and take a check of the winds inside the storm. All right, changing tools to our velocity scanner. So what we look at when we look at this, so when we're looking at our velocity scans, that's what this is called. What we're looking at are these reds and greens. Anywhere you see the color red, that means wind is moving away from our radar station, which for reference is down in Granger. So again, this is all very well away from our radar site, but close enough that we can kind of see inside the storm. But again, this is going to be a little bit elevated up into the sky here. What you see is these very bright shades of pink, even a little bit of white in there. The brighter the red, the faster the wind. That's what this means. Usually we'll use this tool to track rotation and potentially some broad upper level rotation with this storm as well. Again, nothing tornadic at the moment, but again, when these storms can get to rotating a little bit, that helps hold them together a little bit longer. It keeps them stronger for longer as well. So that's why we look for that as well. But the other thing we're looking at is wind speed. So again, where you see this little pinpoint of this white shading, that's where some of those strongest winds are going to be. So that's just to the southeast of Clifton. And again, with our radar station being down near Granger in Williamson County, obviously, again, very far away. And with the way radars work, everything's kind of tilted upward. So the further away you get from the radar station, the higher up in the sky we are. So bear in mind that as we look at this, we're seeing, our radar is seeing 70-mile-an-hour winds. But again, this is pretty well up into the atmosphere, probably a few thousand feet up there, so 69 miles an hour. Is that reaching the surface? It's possible. It's absolutely possible. We could be seeing 60-mile-an-hour winds at the surface out of this storm. And again, that's all moving towards Elmont, towards west, towards Waco, moving through Crawford right now. Even these areas where you see kind of shaded in pink, not just the white, that's where I got that measurement from, was this area right here, just to the southeast of Clifton. But anywhere you see these pink shadings, probably 50 to 55-mile-an-hour winds there as well. So again, all this is pushing out of that storm, pushing towards I-35, and the storm will be very shortly to follow it. So you see what happened was the storm moved, but the area that I was checking for wind speed did not. So what happened now is it's reading the green behind it. So that's why it says minus 23 miles per hour. And again, you can see much weaker. And in fact, on this last scan, the whole storm has weakened just a little bit in terms of those wind speeds, but still, with these pink shadings that we're seeing right here, likely 50 to 55 miles per hour. I can put a new measurement on that real quick for you. All right, so let's get a new measurement since that last scan. And yeah, about 50, 55 miles per hour. And again, this is a couple thousand feet up, but it very likely could be reaching the surface at about 50 miles per hour. Remember, severe criteria is going to be 58 miles per hour or greater. And again, these are just estimates based on our radar data. We don't have, this is not from a spotter on the ground with an anemometer. It's again, our radar is trying to indicate based on the scans it's taking how fast the winds are blowing. So the radar is indicating that these are about 55 miles per hour. Putting this in motion so you can kind of see the forward progress of these storms crossing now into McLennan County from the west to the east. Again, will impact I-35 here fairly shortly, about the next half hour or so. So if you're in Waco, Elmont, West, even up towards Hillsboro a little bit, you're basically next in line for this storm. Crawford, about to get hit with some very heavy rain. I want to take a look a little closer at that area near Crawford, because another thing that we're noticing is potentially a little bit of a hail core developing as it moves towards Crawford. So if you're in Crawford right now, again, looking at it, wind speeds probably 40, 45 miles per hour, but looking at the hail core there, the largest hail up near Clifton, just to the southeast of Clifton, you can see about 1 inch, so quarter size, just a little bit above that. But down what's heading now into Crawford right now, about a ½ inch, so about dime-sized hail. Not severe, but obviously not something you want to be outside for, so just make sure you're indoors as this storm does come closer and closer to you. Again, we'll zoom back out, put another track on this, still moving about 30 miles per hour. I always want to grab the leading edge because that's where you're going to feel the strongest winds is as the storm first arrives. So what we call the leading edge of the storm, that's where you're going to get the strongest winds. So Crawford, again, 145 here just in the next few minutes. McGregor, 154. Aquila by 158. Waco, 215. Hewitt just a little bit after that at 216. Robinson, 225. Hallsburg by 237. Mart at 249, 259. This storm makes it into Marlin. Now, will everybody on this list experience severe weather? It's possible, but it's also possible we could see this storm kind of diminish in strength a little bit too. In fact, in just the couple of scans that we had earlier, you saw the winds, dropped 14, 15 miles per hour just in the span of a couple of minutes. So these storms have a tendency to pulse, get a little bit stronger, get a little bit weaker as they go. So again, we'll go ahead and continue to keep an eye on it, but just know that if you're in the I-35 corridor, this storm is headed your way. We'll give you another update here in just a few minutes. Well, good afternoon, Central Texas. For everybody staying with us on our live stream right now, I want to thank you very much. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now for McLennan County, and this is primarily because of the storm you see right here moving into McLennan County at the moment. This is capable of, or has been capable in the past of, showing signs of potentially 60+ mile-per-hour winds. So this is moving right now from Clifton down through Crawford. It is moving into McLennan County. It will also be moving into Hill County as well. So McLennan and Hill counties, this is where kind of the strongest part of the storm is right now, from Crawford again up towards about Hillsboro. Right now you can see the very leading edge of that storm about to move into the Hillsboro area. But this is all moving off to the east right now. And again, 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible with this storm. Not much of a hail threat. There is hail within the storm, and we'll show it to you here in just a second. But primarily the concern here and the reason for the severe thunderstorm warning is because of those 60-mile-per-hour winds. So again, make sure you're indoors. Make sure if you're in Waco, Elmont, West, those areas, even areas just to the west, China Spring, that you are moving anything that could blow away indoors, or making sure it is secured because the storm is moving in right now. Those winds will be there imminently. So again, very strong winds within the storm. Not seeing much in the way of rotation, so not much of a tornado concern right now. Also not too much of a hail threat. Let's take a look here real quick. We are going to look at that hail situation because there is some falling. It's not severe. It's not terribly large, but also it is not the most convenient thing in the world when you start having hail fall out of the sky, of course. So looking inside the storm first, I believe we're going to look at velocity. Yes, so this is the area that we're looking at to the north of Crawford, basically right along the Bosque and McLennan County line. That's where we're seeing some of the strongest winds at the moment. And as a matter of fact, you can see 62-mile-per-hour winds. So again, couple of things to remember whenever we do a velocity scan. One, this is an estimate. The radar is estimating the wind speeds. This is not somebody on the ground telling us how fast the winds are. This is a radar estimate, but it is estimating about 62-mile-per-hour winds. The other thing to remember is the radar that we're using right now. Notice this is kind of the edge of, I call it the edge of usefulness for the radar, because it's down in Granger. It's down in Williamson County, so we're well away from the radar. So this is several hundred to potentially even a couple of thousand feet above the ground. So that's where this radar is what we call sampling right now. Are those winds making it to the ground as 62-mile-an-hour winds? It is possible. More likely, though, probably 50 to 55-mile-per-hour winds. Again, moving towards I-35 at the moment. I do want to talk about the hail again. But again, the wind situation is what has us most concerned with this storm right now. But there is some hail falling, so let's take a look at how large that is at the moment. And again, just changing tools real quick, going to our hail tracker. And so the area where we're seeing the strongest winds, that obviously is kind of the core of the storm right now. That's also where we're seeing some of the largest hail. And again, this is right along the Bosque and McLennan County line. So it's not Clifton, it's not Crawford, but it's closest to Valley Mills at the moment, but still even several miles there north of Valley Mills at the moment. Still in Bosque County, 0.9, so about 1-inch hail. So we have seen this hail core kind of grow in size. Not really showing up too much in our on our radar scans, but you can see as we pull up our hail tracker. Again, this is an estimate. Always important to remember that whenever we show you radar-based products, it is an estimate. It is the computer doing its best job of estimating based on what it's receiving from the radar, just what is going on inside the storm. So when you see 1-inch hail, or 0.9, basically 1-inch hail, that's quarter-sized hail. So imagine, again, just a quarter, like you'd pay for something with, at the store. That is how large that hail is. And again, imagine that falling out of the sky. As you look down towards 317 there, south of Valley Mills, heading down towards likely Moody is going to be the next town you see there. That is maybe half an inch thereabouts, so dime size, potentially as high as nickel sized hail there. So this is what we say pocket change sized hail. But when we start to see that 1-inch hail, that is severe hail, because that is where we determine that that's where it could really start doing damage to roofs, cars, and obviously you as well if you're outside. Let's take a look at our forecast here, just so we can kind of see what the timing is for the rest of the day here. By about 4:30, 5 o'clock, we see it cross I-35. By the time we get to about 8:30, that's when we expect it to start crossing over I-45, and then it's out of the area. For your Friday, we do expect more redevelopment during the afternoon, scattered, isolated storms, but much like today, any one of them could be on the stronger side, so that is definitely worth worth keeping an eye out for as we head through your Friday. And then a little bit of a chance Saturday. A couple of question marks, though, for Saturday in terms of how far south the rain will make it. So will we see it here in central Texas? That is still a question that we'll have to answer over the next couple of days. But again, we'll go back to your radar, let you continue watching that, and then we'll have another update here in just a couple of minutes. All right, want to give you another update here before the 2 o'clock hour hits. So a couple of things. It does look like the severe thunderstorm warning for Mills and Lampasas County will be allowed to expire here on time here in the next 3 minutes. So that storm has greatly weakened. We do still have a severe thunderstorm warning in San Saba County, and then of course the one of most concern right now, because it covers the largest area, is going to be the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Bosque and McLennan counties. Also includes parts of Coryell and the very southern reaches there of Hill County. The reason why this severe thunderstorm warning was issued, and if you're in Waco, if you're in Elmont, if you're in Waco, you're probably starting to feel it at this moment. Crawford, the worst in terms of winds is probably behind you, but again, this severe thunderstorm warning issued because of the wind speeds right now. You can see it's in effect until 2:30. Winds as high as 60 to 65 mile per hour have been observed or estimated within this storm by our radar, and so that's why the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. It's in effect until 2:30, so for the next half hour or so. Taking a look inside the storm, yes, there is a little bit of hail, a couple of hail cores within the storm, but ultimately nothing severe. You can see 0.9, so just shy of severe criteria there along the McLennan and Bosque County line. South of Crawford, though, about 0.6, we'll call it half an inch there, so dime nickel-sized hail there. Again, the primary concern with this storm has been and will be, as it continues to move on, the wind speeds. And as we take a look here, and we change our tool from hail to what we call velocity, you can see that very clearly north of Waco. So the strongest wind gusts right now we're seeing are north of Waco, kind of between Elmont and Waco. So up towards, it could move through Belmead, potentially through China Spring. It's moving over Lake Waco right now, 55 miles per hour. Remember, our radar site is down in Granger. It's in Williamson County. So that's going to be pretty far away. So this is potentially a couple thousand feet, several hundred feet up in the air. So this may not be reaching the ground at 55 miles per hour, but definitely possibly they're at 50 to 55. And again, this continues to move off to the east here towards Waco. Should be in Waco here in the next 10 minutes or so. Same story with Belmead, Hewitt, all those areas there kind of along I-35. Give it about 15 minutes or so and it should be in that area. As far as exact timings are concerned, from the leading edge of the storm, Woodway about 2:06, Waco 2:11, Robinson 2:19, Axtell by 2:31, Riesel 2:40, Mart 2:48, 2:53, Prairie Hill, Marlin by just about 3 o'clock, and into Coit by 3:13. So that is the timing on that right now. We'll continue to keep you updated, but for now, leave you here with the radar and again with this tracker in place so you can go ahead and keep an eye on that. All right, once again, want to thank everybody for staying with us here on this Thursday afternoon. We are continuing to watch this severe thunderstorm for parts of McLennan County. You can see the leading edge of the storm now pushing into Waco, into the I-35 corridor. So again, some very strong winds blowing out of the leading edge of this storm. And that is why that severe thunderstorm warning is in place. As we zoom in a little bit, you can kind of see Hewitt, Waco, Elmont. Those are the areas that are right along that leading edge, and that leading edge is where we're going to see the strongest winds. So right now in Waco, again, just to the west of I-35, so from Waco to China Spring, down towards Woodway, and then on even down into Hewitt. Let's see what our wind situation looks like right now. 49 miles per hour. And again, these are radar estimates. I can click a couple of different spots, right around 50 miles per hour. So not the 60 to 65 we were seeing before, however, still very strong. And I do want to talk again a little bit about what you're looking at here. So remember, when we look at these scans, this is our radar. This isn't somebody on the ground telling us how fast the wind's blowing. They don't have a gauge, no measurement tool on the ground to tell us how fast the winds are blowing. What we're looking at right now is a radar estimate. Our radar right now, the one that we're using, is down in Granger. It's down in Williamson County. I've mentioned that a few times, but just want to make sure that's out there for the folks that are just perhaps now tuning in. And so what that means is, given the distance between Williamson County and the heart of McLennan County here, that's 60, 65 miles at half a degree. I mean, we're talking several hundred, maybe even a couple of thousand feet up in the air. So because of that, we're seeing winds that are well above the surface. So what happens is these storms spill out. They are what we call downburst winds. They literally blow down out of the storm, and when they hit the ground, that's when they start moving east to west. So what's happening right now is this is reading 50-mile-an-hour winds up in the atmosphere here. Are those reaching the ground? It's possible, but usually they slow down a little bit before they hit the ground, so perhaps 45 to 50 miles per hour. That's what we're expecting with the winds as this moves across I-35 right now. In terms of any hail within this storm, again, up to this point, we haven't seen anything severe. Obviously, we'll go ahead and check again. But at this point, like I said, it's primarily been pocket change-sized hail, nothing that would trigger its own severe thunderstorm warning. But again, this is moving towards I-35. So important to note, again, 7/10, 75 100, so we'll call it nickel-sized hail within this storm heading towards Waco, and then up here just to the northwest of Elmont, 1.1. So that would be severe criteria hail. Again, just an estimate based on what our radar is reading. So again, these are not confirmed reports. However, it is important to know that these are usually somewhat accurate. They give you a decent idea of what to expect. So it's important to know that there is hail falling from this storm in addition to the strong winds that are blowing out from the storm. So again, a potent storm here moving into Waco right now. Same story, I say Waco, but also Hewitt, up towards Elmont, up towards West, down towards Moody. So again, all along Highway 317 there from Waco down to Moody. Important to note, again, some strong winds within this storm. And as we put it in motion, it's moving at about 30 miles per hour. So it should be across the I-35 corridor here within the next 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so. So just a few more minutes here of experiencing those very strong downburst winds, but heavy rain to follow. That part is, again, good and bad. And the reason I say that is because we absolutely need the rain. But obviously when you get 1 inch to potentially 2 inches of rain within a short time period, you could be talking about some flooding concerns. So important to keep note of that as well. The other concerns that we've been looking at today are out to the west here along the Colorado River, but even that storm that's moving just to the northeast of San Saba, that one has diminished as well. Still seeing a hail core right over the Colorado River right now. You can see that where it makes the border between Mills County and San Saba County. Again, 3/4 of an inch, half an inch, nickel to dime sized hail. So not necessarily severe level hail according to our radar, but again, worth mentioning that the severe thunderstorm warning does continue likely until 3 o'clock. Yep, until 3 o'clock. The severe thunderstorm warning for McLennan County, that also goes up into Hill County, that is in effect for another 13 minutes. So will be interesting to see as we're starting to see the winds come down just a little bit on the leading edge of the storm, at least based on our radar indications, if they allow this severe thunderstorm warning to expire on time or if they continue it past 2:30. The other concerns, obviously, as we look across central Texas, a lot of rain falling. And with that in mind, you can see there is a line of showers and storms from Mejia to Fairfield that's moving north into Navarro County. And Navarro County, having already seen a good amount of rain over the last 48 hours or so, already a flash flood warning in effect, and with more rain on the way, flooding concerns could continue there for parts of Navarro County. So especially if you're looking at areas along Richland, near Richland, Chambers Creek, the Trinity River, those areas, any low areas along the I-45 service road, and of course as you move on to Highway 14 there, for folks that are heading down towards College Station, you can expect there are some low-lying areas along that particular roadway as well. So rain continues to fall for areas that absolutely have already been inundated, so that will lead to flooding concerns. The good news on the other side of that particular coin is that there are a lot of areas that haven't seen a whole lot of rain in the last 48 hours that are now seeing a good soaking, and we absolutely need that all across central Texas right now. Another thing worth mentioning, and I want to point this out for the people up in China Spring, for one reason or the other, our weather map has the city name as China Springs when we all know it is China Spring. So I'm not sure how that happened within our weather map system, but again, China Spring there. I wanted to point out, I was just looking at the Encore map, and I was seeing that there are about 4 or 5 different power outages being reported in the China Spring area right now, with about 20 or 25 customers being affected. The other thing that I'm tracking right now as well is we're starting to see that hail core grow a little bit, and unfortunately it's growing right over the heart of Waco. So if you're in Waco right now, large hail, just make sure you're staying indoors. Don't try to go outside while this is happening. Again, this is moving at about 30 miles per hour. It'll be gone in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So just give it a few minutes before you head out as this hail core does make its way right over Waco right now. And again, the winds still likely blowing. Once this gets past, you'll notice those winds diminish very quickly because again, these are outflow winds from the leading edge of the storm. So once we get back to the backside of the storm, likely we'll see those 45, 50 mile an hour winds diminish greatly. So again, a couple of things there. Again, one, power outages being reported there in China Spring, not China Springs. Again, not sure why our weather map says China Springs. Really don't. But as far as Waco goes, again, that hail core now moving over the northern parts of Waco there. So again, pea, nickel, dime sized hail within this storm. So keep that in mind. As far as the wind situation, let's go ahead and take another reading here on our velocity scan just so we can get an idea of what's going on. We were seeing some diminishing winds. I'd like to know that that's still the case. Obviously, we don't want too much severe weather moving through. So again, I showed you the hail core over Waco. Again, peas, dimes, maybe up to nickel-sized hail. It's not severe, but it is certainly inconvenient. Just make sure you're indoors. Here you can see the greatest winds have now moved to the east of Waco, at least according to our radar. Again, these are radar estimates. I cannot stress that enough. It could still be very windy right now within the city of Waco, but according to our radar, some of the strongest winds 57, 60 miles per hour have now moved east of Waco, and in the heart of Waco right now, roughly 30, 35 miles per hour. That's what our system is reading right now. So keep that in mind. Still very windy out there as this storm continues to push through, but now more on the east side of Waco, moving now in the direction of Mart, and then eventually on in through Groesbeck and Cossie and Marlin as well. So keep an eye on that if you're in those areas. If you're in Waco again, it is pushing through. Give it another 10, 15 minutes. The rain will lighten up. The winds will be mostly out of the picture, and that hail core will have passed over here again in just the next 10, 15, 20 minutes or so. All right, take another look at the hail situation, because this hail core continues to grow a little bit. Obviously, the wind situation has been the primary concern with this severe thunderstorm warning, but within this storm itself, it has been producing hail. Hasn't been necessarily severe at times, but right now over the northern parts of Waco, starting to see that hail start to grow in size a little bit. This could be a little bit delayed. But again, this is likely where we're seeing some of that strongest hail falling. Could be falling a little bit downstream of the storm, just as the storm continues to move off to the east. But for the most part, this is that area of greatest concern when it comes to hail. 7/10, again, that's just up to about the size of a nickel. And so when we talk about pocket change sized hail, this is what we talk about. Is it severe? Will it cause great damage? Likely not. However, it is definitely inconvenient for sure. So just again, make sure you're staying indoors. Give it another 20, 30 minutes. Let this storm get past us. We'll be left with rain on the backside of the strongest part of the storm, but the rain will start to diminish, and we'll start to see that hail core move on, and the winds will start to diminish as well here in the next 15, 20 minutes there for the city of Waco. Next up, though, it will be moving towards Mart, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that there as it moves on towards Limestone and Falls counties. So again, continuing to keep an eye on the storm as it continues to transit across central Texas, moving across the I-35 corridor right now. We'll then move on towards the Highway 14 corridor here in the next several minutes. Another quick update for you. We are continuing to see this severe thunderstorm move across I-35. The severe thunderstorm warning has been extended, now includes parts of Limestone and Falls County until 3:30. So the storm continues to travel off to the east, and still indications that it is plenty strong enough for that severe thunderstorm warning, with winds in excess of about 60 miles per hour. Again, the hail staying primarily sub-severe within this storm. The primary concern, of course, being that wind. And right now you can see between Waco and Mart, that's where we expect the highest wind speeds to be right now. Again, these are sustained winds, and they're right now in the 55-mile-per-hour range. So again, very fast winds. So worth noting there that this can definitely blow things over. It can blow you off the road. These are not winds to be trifled with for sure. But this is now over I-35 moving towards Mart. So if you're in that area, sort of eastern McLennan County at this point, that's the area of greatest concern within this storm. Again, that's that area right there. You can see it just between Waco and Mart. It's where we're seeing the brightest colors. And where you see these bright colors, so again, we have dark reds, deep reds, dark greens, but where you see the bright greens, the bright pinks, that's where the strongest wind speeds are. Whenever I show you this particular map, there's one of two things that I'm looking for. I'm either looking for wind speed or I'm looking for wind direction to indicate rotation. Right now, not seeing much in the way of organized rotation. This is not a tornadic situation at the moment, but it is definitely a high wind situation. As you can see, the velocity here, about 55 miles per hour heading towards Mart. So again, these winds blowing from west to east. So if you're in Mart, you're absolutely going to experience the winds a little bit before you experience the rain, but then the strongest winds come there with as the strongest rains move in as well. This is obviously our areas of highest concern because that is the strongest storm, but again, there are other areas that we need to focus on as well because we're seeing storm activity all the way across central Texas this afternoon. And this is extending from up in the DFW Metroplex all the way down through the southern parts of central Texas. Let's kind of widen our view, put this all in. You can kind of see the scale of this storm as it continues to move across. I do want to focus, take our eye off this severe thunderstorm warning for just a second to move down to Bell County because we're starting to see a stronger storm develop down in Bell County as well. This one moving in the general direction of Temple, might cross just to the north of Temple, but again, starting to see a hail core develop there as well. All right, so inside this storm here in the Temple area, I say the Temple area, it's right now still well to the northwest of Temple. Maybe some 40-mile-an-hour winds potentially within this storm, crossing 317 right now. So moving into West Temple and the Morgan's Point Resort area at the moment. And as we take a look at hail, again, just there to the north of Lake Belton, potentially a small hail core developing there. And as you can look just in the center there, just to the north of Lake Belton or along the northern fork of Lake Belton there, just about 1-inch hail. So again, that quarter-sized hail, that is that indication of severe hail. And if you look out the windows right now in the city of Temple, you can see this storm coming. It is, the skies have darkened significantly in the last several minutes as this storm gets closer and closer. So as this storm continues to approach, and again, I want to put it in motion so we can get a general idea of the direction that the storm is heading, because for the most part, these storms are moving east. I just want to make sure there is just a little bit of a southeasterly component to these storms as well. So again, could move just through the northern parts of Temple, could move through Temple here over the next 30 minutes or so. So we're continuing to watch that storm as well. Again, no severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. However, there is a hail core starting to develop over Lake Belton, so worth noting there if you're in Temple. If you're in Waco, the strongest part of the storm has moved across the area, likely seeing those winds start to diminish a little bit, starting to see the rain diminish a little bit too. You can see some of those darker red shadings on our higher rain totals there moving off now to the east of Waco. But that hail core continuing to form, looks like up in the neighborhood of Belmead is going to be where this large hail is currently. As we zoom in, you can see it is just there on the northeastern side of the 340 loop. So yeah, that is potentially at this moment our radar indicating as almost golf ball sized hail. So again, very large hail falling out of this storm right now. And this is as large as it's been since we've been tracking the storm over the last hour or so. So that hail core continues to develop. And again, right around Loop 340 there, just on the northeast side of Waco. All right, preparing to do a on-air break on the TV here in the next couple of minutes. But again, I just want to make sure everybody remains updated on this situation. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for McLennan County, now includes Falls County. All right, good afternoon, Central Texas. If you just heard me talking mid-sentence, it's because we are also on our 6+ streaming app right now, but also wanted to break into programming real quick just to give you an update on what is going on. If you've been with us on our 6+ live stream, you know there has been a severe thunderstorm that has been moving through McLennan County. It has crossed over I-35 right now, and that severe thunderstorm warning has been extended to 3:30 to include parts of Falls and Limestone counties. We also have a new storm developing down in Bell County right now that we're going to take a look at. I'm going to step off screen so we can take a closer look at all of this activity that's going on in Central Texas right now. All right, so the primary reason for our McLennan County severe thunderstorm warning is this storm has been kicking out 50 to 60 mile-per-hour winds for the last about hour or so. It has moved through Waco and through Elmont, through West. It is now moving towards Mart at the moment. Those winds kicking out again at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. Going to go ahead and take a look here inside the storm so we can see what those wind speeds look like at the moment. And that's our hail tool right now. You can see there is a hail core just to the northeast of Waco, not necessarily severe hail, but again, it's moving just to the northeast of Loop 340 there. You can see about 1-inch hail, so close to severe limits there. 1-inch hail, that is a severe thunderstorm. But again, the primary reason for this warning is because of the wind that has been kicking out. Take a look here. If you're in Mart right now, that's where some of the heaviest winds are currently coming out of the storm. Take a look here. We're seeing 45 up to about 50 mile-per-hour winds with this storm, and so that is continuing to move off to the east. So if you're in Mart, you're probably experiencing those winds, the heaviest rain just behind. Now, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for Bell County. So this has just been issued since we've been on the air here in the last couple of minutes. Been watching the storm for a little while. It's been developing a hail core over Lake Belton. So this is very close to Temple, moving off to the east right now at about 30 miles per hour. As I put it in motion, you can kind of see the general direction of this storm, east-southeast right now, so carrying it towards Troy, towards Temple. So we're going to zoom in, we're going to take a closer look at where some of that hail is falling right now. So Jubilee Springs, that's where you're seeing those purples and our reflectivity. That is usually an indicator of hail. And again, the wind speed right now, probably 30 to 40 miles per hour as this storm pushes into Temple. And right now, the strongest winds kind of on the west side of Temple, up West Adams, up 36, up Airport there on the west side of town. And the hail right now, again, generally over Lake Belton. And again, I believe this severe thunderstorm warning was issued primarily for the hail and the wind threat. The winds looking not necessarily severe right now, but the hail, again, potentially up to 1 inch. So once again, I'm going to point this out for you real quick. You can see right here, right over Lake Belton. That's where we're seeing some of the largest hail falling. Again, 0.7 of an inch, up to about nickel-sized hail within this storm. That's what our radar is indicating right now. And again, those winds up to about 50, potentially as high as 60 miles per hour at times. And again, a secondary hail core just to the north of Lake Belton there along Highway 36. So again, all this is moving east-southeast. So if you're in Temple, could be impacted by some pocket change-sized hail. Can hear the rain falling already. So that part of it is already here. As far as the winds, I'm not looking out the windows, not noticing anything that would indicate super strong winds, but that could be on the way as well. So that's where we're watching there for Bell County as well. Again, new severe thunderstorm warning for Bell County does include Temple. And again, we have the pre-existing severe thunderstorm warning there for McLennan County. So let's take a wider look, because for all of the severe weather that we're experiencing, the other part of all of this, of course, is the heavy rain that's been falling for the last really 3 or 4 hours across central Texas. So anywhere you see a green box on here, that is a flood product of some sort. So for Waco, right now a flood advisory, likely along the Brazos River and along the Bosque River as well. You can see a flash flood warning in effect for Navarro County, and then another flood advisory for areas of San Saba County, primarily along the Colorado River. So if you're seeing the rain at the moment, the question is, once it starts, how long is it going to last? Well, you can see this storm is moving, roughly at about 30 miles per hour or so. So once the rain starts, give it, half hour, 45 minutes. That's about how long we expect it will likely last in your area. Now I say in your area. As far as how long we expect these storms to last, we'll continue to see these storms in our area for the next probably 4 to 6 hours as they continue to move from west to east. I do want to take a live look on our Temple Tower cam right quick just to see kind of what we're looking at right now across the area. And you can see the edge of the clouds moving into the area right now. You can see obviously all the rain on our tower cam, very heavy rain falling right now in Temple. So again, a lot of activity, very heavy rain falling. And here's the good and bad of it, right? When we get heavy rain like this, yes, it can lead to street flooding. It can lead to some flooding concerns. However, we really need it. So this is all, at the end of the day, going to be good news as long as we can avoid the flooding and as long as we can avoid some of that severe weather across central Texas. We've seen some hail today. We've seen some wind across the area. In fact, I was looking on the Encore website up near China Spring, a couple of potential power outages I was seeing on the Encore website up there. But again, you can see the edge of these clouds. This is going to continue to roll through. If you look north, it looks much darker than it does when you're looking south because of that thick cloud cover. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Take a look at the rain on the tower cam. You can see how hard it's falling. So that is concern number 3, right? So concern number 1 is wind, primarily right now in McLennan County. Concern number 2 is going to be hail, and that's in a couple of different spots. But concern number 3, the heavy rain leading to some potential flash flooding across central Texas. So let's go back to our radar and take another look at what's going on across central Texas real quick here. And again, this extends, we've been talking specifically about McLennan County, we've been talking about Bell County, but this whole realm of activity extends from Corsicana basically all the way back through Lampasas and Lomita. So this is covering about 90% of central Texas, or will cover about 90% of central Texas by the time it passes through. In fact, we might even, and I very rarely say this, 100% of us could see rain by the time all is said and done. So again, that's the good news portion of it. Again, I want to take a look inside this storm here, moving towards Temple. Pocket change sized hail, dimes, nickels, peas. That's about what we expect with this storm, with that hail core over Lake Belton right now. As far as the winds go, again, maybe increasing a little bit over the last couple of scans. Still not looking like it's going to be the 50 or 60 mile per hour winds we were talking about earlier, but as we take a look at it, 40 miles an hour could still blow you around for sure if you're out on the roads. Out along the eastern edge of town, 28 miles an hour. So that's kind of what we're looking at. And as far as where these locations are, I know I popped these numbers up on the screen and definitely need to give you some context here. That 41 mile an hour wind, we're looking at that general area right there just to the north of Temple along I-35. That 28 is going to be out ahead of the city of Temple there at about a few miles down Highway 53. So this is what we're looking at. That's a quick update for you. Right now we're going to send you back to programming, but we continue our live stream going on our 6 Plus app, KCENTV.com, and our KCEN mobile app. But if you're watching on TV, we'll talk to you again soon. Thank you. All right, Central Texas. All right, so again, back to our 6+ live stream. Again, if you tuned into our live cut-in on the television, I want to thank you for joining us on our 6+ and our KCENTV.com and our KCEN mobile app live stream. And of course, if you're on the mobile app or on KCENTV.com, we always welcome you to download our 6+ app on your smart TV as well. Lots of great content over there, including our severe weather special, which can help you in these moments. All right, so as far as what we got going on right now, we do still have the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Bell County, McLennan County, the eastern half of McLennan County, most of Falls County, in fact, all of Falls County if you include both warnings, and then for the about half of Limestone County as well. These storms moving west to east, that is why you see these warnings extend well past the storms to the east. That is the direction they're headed. Generally east, southeast, a little bit of a southerly component as well. If you're in Waco, probably now starting to feel the rain diminish a little bit. The winds have passed, the hail has passed, but now that rain is going to start lightening up a little bit too. It's not going to go away completely for a while. In Temple, again, small hail over Lake Belton, but even that, as I'm looking at the storm, is diminishing just a little bit. Just a little bit of a hail signature just to the south west of Temple there, moving towards 317. Again, more of a wind threat, and it's most of what we've been seeing today has been primarily a wind threat. You can see about 50-mile-an-hour winds there, and then we're going to just grab a few locations and we'll kind of talk about where they are. I'll jump back on the screen so you can kind of get some context as to where these storms are. And you'll have to forgive me if you're wondering why you can hear my voice but not see what I'm pointing at. It's because I'm over at my computer a lot, so I can control the radar and just make sure I'm showing you the information that you are going to need. So in and around Temple, you see all these light green shadings. So when we see red and green, that is not an indication of speed. Red means it's moving kind of away from the radar. Green means it's moving towards the radar. So our radar is down in Williamson County. So it's on basically a little bit southeast of what you can see on your screen right now. So if you imagine a line that goes right up through here, that's kind of where our radar is denoting winds toward the radar, winds away from the radar. What we look for when we show you the scan, a couple of things. One, we usually use this particular product when we want to talk about rotation, so where we can see potential rotation, potential tornadic activity, things of that nature. That's not what we're looking at in this case. I'm using this primarily to show you potential wind speeds. And so this 51-mile-an-hour kind of bullseye here, this is well south of Temple, kind of between Temple and Academy. Again, about 50 miles per hour, 45-mile-per-hour winds there along 317 moving into Temple, and then 45-mile-an-hour winds, that's going to be just on the north side of Temple. So all along this line, very strong winds. Again, and now, if you heard me earlier when I was talking about McLennan County and how far away that is from our radar site, well, obviously Bell County a lot closer to Williamson County, so these probably a little bit more accurate as to what's actually happening at the surface. So if you're in Temple, probably feeling those winds push through at the moment. Can hear the rain definitely on the roof here in our Temple studio, but again, obviously don't have access to see a lot of that wind, as most television studios don't have a whole lot of windows. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Again, about 45, 50-mile-per-hour winds. I want to take a look at the hail again. Last I checked, it wasn't overly impressive in terms of size. Remember, in order for us to issue a severe thunderstorm warning, we look for hail that is over 1 inch in diameter. And right now, whoops, got a little click happy there and erased everything that I needed. All right, let's take a look here. Again, most of the hail is to the south of Temple. Heard a few very small pellets of hail potentially falling around the station here just a few minutes ago. But where you see the lighter gray shading there, and that's kind of where 317 meets 35, down in Belton, we're looking at potentially nickel-sized hail, half-inch, so dime-sized hail. So again, this is not severe hail. This is not terribly damaging hail either. What it is it's inconvenient, obviously, right? So you don't want to be outside with half-inch hail falling, dime-sized hail falling out of the sky. So obviously, definitely want to be indoors during this particular amount of activity. Also, the winds can blow you around, so obviously not an ideal time to be out on the roads either. So again, just hunker down, give it about 25, 30 more minutes. Everything will start to move off to the east, southeast here. it'll still be raining. We'll have the rain in the area for a while, but the hail core, the winds will move out of the area here over the next 25 minutes to the next half hour or so. So that is where we are at right now. Going to step off, and here in the next couple of minutes, when we get to our next commercial break, we'll do another television cut-in as well. All right, for those of you still on the stream, just getting prepared here in the next few minutes. Once Dateline gets to its next commercial break, we'll go ahead and jump onto the TV for another on-air cut-in as well. But of course, we are staying with you live on our 6+ streaming app this afternoon with all of the latest updates. Obviously, there's a lot going on across Central Texas, as you can see on the radar right now. I am currently setting up for our television break. That's why you can hear me but not see me. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until about 3:30 for both Bell County and for McLennan, Falls. Limestone County is also included in that. Also part of Milam County included in this warning, as well as these storms continue to push off to the east-southeast. Do want to point out that more so now than we were just a few minutes ago, starting to see a bow echo. Remember, we always look for those kind of arcing, bowing shapes in these storms. Those are our indicators of wind speeds, but you can see that developing right now across Bell County as well. In fact, I can point it out right here. You can see, again, this bowing shape right here. That indicates very strong winds. That's what we were seeing out of the storm in McLennan County earlier. Not seeing as much of that telltale bow, but obviously still feeling some very strong winds coming out of the storm. And as soon as my computer over here gets booted up, I'll be able to show you what's going on. But again, lots of heavy rain, lots of wind, and a few hail cores. Again, we're not really seeing the severe hail across the area, at least not according to our radar, but we are seeing a few hail cores kind of pop up and then diminish, pop up, pulsing up and down throughout the day. So that's what we're looking at. Again, trying to get this computer ready to go. Oh. Well, a good afternoon, Central Texas Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell here, keeping you updated throughout the afternoon. Lots of activity across Central Texas. 2 separate severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now that cover most of I-35 and areas to the east until about 3:30. And again, this is for primarily wind reasons. These storms have had a history today of producing 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. At times we've seen the large hail, but really that is not the concern at the moment. It's primarily the winds. Going to step off here and we're going to take a look inside these storms to show you what is going on, where it's happening, and what areas are kind of next in line to be affected by these storms. So we're going to start off again with the northernmost severe thunderstorm warning here. First thing I want to do is kind of track it. Let you know where it's going again. These storms moving at about 30 to 35 miles per hour, and over the next hour or so, expect it in Marlin here just in the next few minutes, about 3:03, 3:04. Booker T. Washington High School, Horn Hill at 3:13, Coit by 3:16, Groesbeck 3:25, Headsville, Personville 3:46 and 3:49, Doney by about 4:03, and Marquay by about 4:12. Now, that's if the storm system holds together. It's not a guarantee that this is going to hold together long enough to impact, you can see Marquay there in Leon County, but again, we'll keep an eye on it through the afternoon. This severe thunderstorm warning, again, goes for about the next half hour or so. Could see that extended, and of course we'll keep an eye on it. But again, in addition to our television cut-ins, we also have our live 6 Plus stream going. It's on 6 Plus, it's on our KCEN mobile app, and it's also on our website, kcentv.com. You can keep up to date with us there all throughout the day. One more thing before we send you back to programming, though, do want to show you this. Just on the south side of Temple, we're seeing that hail core grow just a little bit, 8/10, still not severe level hail, still nickel-sized hail in that storm, but again, with the bowing shape of the leading edge of these storms. And again, you see that bowing shape there, right there. You can see kind of arcs out. Same story with that northern storm. This is primarily a wind concern as these storms continue to push through. But again, I'm going to send you back to programming right now, but you can continue to keep up with me and all this information on our 6 Plus app, kcentv.com, and our KCEN mobile app. For now, let's get you to Jennifer Hudson. Okay, TV cut-ins, online cut-ins, hey, we've got it all for you. All you got to do is download our streaming apps, and we'll keep you covered all throughout these events. And for the most part, obviously there are exceptions. You'll be able to kind of continue along with your programming and keep up with your weather at the same time. That is our goal at the end of the day, is to make sure that we have multiple ways of getting you weather information. Again, this is what we're looking at. Kind of see that what we call a bow echo on the leading edge of the storm, strong winds coming out of the storm. I've seen a few of those winds come through Temple in the last several minutes, but we also saw it up in Waco. At Waco Regional, the registered wind speed that they had at Waco Regional was 67 miles per hour, so that was the strongest gust of the day. So obviously, we've been talking about radar indicated winds all day. That is an actual observation at the airport, that winds were blowing nearly 70 miles per hour through Waco just a little bit earlier. So very strong winds with these storms. That's been the primary concern. There's been off and on hail concerns, but for the most part, it's been a wind situation throughout the day. Getting my computer booted up so I don't have to keep walking on and off the wall quite as much here. We have a secondary computer here. Just got to get it loaded up, and we'll be able to kind of stay on the wall a little bit better. It's just going a little slowly today. There we go. I will say, I was on the Encore website a little bit earlier, and they were showing a few outages in and around the China Spring area. And over the course of the last 10 or 15 minutes, we've seen the lights kind of flicker in our studio a little bit too. That's those strong winds potentially wreaking havoc with some of our power lines across the area. Haven't lost power, that's the good news. But again, areas up in McLennan County near China Spring, again, Encore reporting a few outages up in that direction. Again, looking in Temple right now on our radar, you can see there is a little bit of a hail core primarily affecting the southern side of town, 0.6 of an inch, half an inch, so dime-sized hail potential within the storm. And again, remember, these are radar estimates, and I just want to keep pointing that out. Anything that I show you is a radar estimate, and basically what's happening is the radar is shooting out a beam into the storm. It sends back information. The computer then extrapolates what it thinks the radar is seeing, and so that's how we get these estimates. Are they 100% accurate? Not necessarily. They're pretty close. The other problem too is this beam is shooting kind of up into the storm, not necessarily down at ground level. So we could be seeing 0.6 of an inch in terms of the hail diameter up in the cloud, but by the time it gets to the ground, whether it be through the process of melting or whether the radar beam indication was a little inaccurate, it could be a little bit smaller than that. But again, pea to dime-sized hail, definitely a possibility here, especially on the south side of Temple. Moving up towards McLennan County, we're going to do the same thing there. We're going to, and you just saw a new scan come through and some larger hail there down 95 and 190. So down 190 towards, as if you were heading to Cameron, that is where some of the largest hail is falling right now in Bell County. All right. Accidentally erased what I was trying to show you. It happens sometimes. All right, so looking inside the Falls County and now Limestone County storm. Again, I got so used to saying McLennan County storm there for a while. It has moved on from McLennan County. Now the bulk of it in parts of Falls County, Limestone County. You see these two hail cores. And again, whenever you see the gray color, just understand that's definitely sub-severe hail. That's definitely peas, dimes, maybe as high as nickels. So that's what's falling out of the storm right now, what we call pocket change sized hail. So if you ever hear us say pocket change sized hail on air, we're basically just talking about anything that is from pea to nickel-sized hail. I understand that a quarter is pocket change, but once it gets to quarter size, then we start talking about severe weather. So that's why we kind of differentiate that a little bit. But again, very small hail there just to the north of Marlin, and then just several miles there to the west of Groesbeck. I do want to take another look at that Bell County storm because you saw on that last scan before I moved everything, we were seeing the hail core grow a little bit down 190. And I want to take a look at the size, or at least the estimated size of the hail that's falling there. So again, this is between 95 and 190, just to the south of Temple. And you can see 1.3 inch hail. So this is, again, radar indicated. I always have to caveat everything with that. This is radar indicated, but potentially as large as close to golf ball sized hail. Once you get up to 1.5 inches, that's golf ball sized hail. So very close to that. So again, in the core of this storm, very large hail falling. I want to zoom in so you can get a better idea of exactly where we're looking at there. So this is Highway 190 and 95. So it's 95 as if you were, okay. All right, and good news, our news director just let me know that our photographer Rocky is out in Temple. You can see how heavy the rain is. You can see how quickly it's falling, and obviously the rate of the windshield wipers there. Hard to tell exactly where he is, but again, not necessarily seeing the hail right now. Oh, on 3rd Street. So this is close to moving north out of downtown, it looks like, towards I-35. Not really seeing much in the way of sway from the trees, maybe a little bit. So the winds, not necessarily as strong as they were just a few minutes ago. And again, not seeing the sway in the streets, maybe a little bit of sway there. So maybe 15, 20, 25 mile an hour winds there, enough to move that sign just a little bit, maybe up to as high as 30 miles per hour. But again, lots of heavy rainfall. No flood advisories in place, no indications right now that we have a ton of flooding that would indicate need for a flash flood warning, but potentially some street ponding. Kind of looking at the traffic on the other side of the road, and you can see a little bit of planing there from the tires on that truck that just made that left turn. But again, not a lot of flooding concern at this time. That's good news. We want the rain. We don't want the flooding, obviously. Looks like our shot froze up just a little bit there. Let's go ahead and go back to radar here real quick so we can kind of show you again. There's that hail core again south of town. So if we want to get on the horn with Rocky and, no, I'm just kidding. Don't drive him into a hail core, please. Okay. I usually advise against driving into hail cores, But if it makes for good television, no, I'm kidding. All right, so again, this is what we're looking at right now in terms of hail. You can see potential for pocket change sized hail all in and around Temple, but again, that largest hail down 95 towards Academy. So if you have business that requires you to be on 95 over the next several minutes, just delay it. Just hang out another 30, 45 minutes. Let this move on, because that's very large hail. That's damaging hail that is falling out of this storm now just to the south of Temple. And you can hear, I don't know if you can hear it through my microphone, but if you are at home right now, you could probably hear it on your roof. Very heavy rain falling with this storm as well. So a little bit of a street flooding concern. There's no flash flood warning. There's no flood advisories in effect right now. Not enough indication that the flooding is that severe. But just understand, yeah, there could be some street ponding. There could be some puddling on the roads. So make sure you're driving with caution. And if you have to be out, I always advise not driving during a thunderstorm. But if you have to be out, then obviously just make sure you're giving yourself extra time and driving with caution. And again, as we take take Rocky's live shot again, you can see again windshield wipers going full bore there, and rain still just kind of pelting the windshield. So heavy rainfall. And again, let me take the hail map off of this so you can kind of see right now. Some of that heaviest rain is just to the south of town, but anywhere you see these red shadings, anywhere you see what we call red returns, that is very heavy rain. So all in and around Temple right now, from Temple down to Academy up towards Troy, pockets of heavy rain. Airville, that's a new one. I haven't seen that one yet. That is now kind of on that leading edge. So if you're in that area, the heaviest rain now moving towards you. Troy about to be in the clear from the heavy rain. Temple, as a matter of fact, we should see the rain start to lighten up a bit here in the next couple of minutes. We might then get hit by what's on the back side there. So again, more rain to come here in Temple. But again, the heaviest of it staying south of town right now. That's where that hail core is, again, kind of between Temple and Academy. Let me pull my laptop a little bit closer here so I don't necessarily have to keep walking in and out of frame to talk about things. How long is the cord? Hey, perfect. All right, so again, we're going to take a look here at a wider look because we've been focusing primarily on the two severe thunderstorm warnings that now stretch from Mahia down through basically Academy right now. But there's heavy rain falling all across central Texas. Take a look at the I-45 corridor, an area that we haven't really focused much on today. You can see heavy rain there. And this is in addition to some rain that moved through a little bit earlier, but for the most part, this is the heaviest rain they've seen along I-45 from Fairfield down to Centerville. Again, heavy rain there. Same story back to the southeast, so Colleen down to Salado there in southern Bell County, also receiving that heavy rain right now. I want to take a look at the winds. We haven't taken a look at the winds in a second. And again, I'm looking at our live shot that we have from Temple, and again, that is in Temple. Not seeing much that would indicate very strong winds. Again, looking for any sway in any of the poles, any of the light fixtures. Not seeing it, but you can see that van in the front of the image there with his hazard lights on. Great idea if you're out on the roads, if you have to be out on the roads in these heavy rains, drive with your hazards, because it can be harder to see once that rain starts coming down at a good clip. Now, as I say that, we watch the minivan kind of speed off into the distance. I would not suggest that necessarily. But again, just driving with caution is advised right now, because heavy rain, not only does it, we always talk about street ponding and street flooding. The other thing it can do, obviously, is cloud your vision. Obviously, I can't actually get in front of that image there. But you can see, obviously, the raindrops on the windshield, but in the distance, all those raindrops do act to create kind of a blur down the road, so it does reduce your visibility. So that's why I always say drive with caution under these circumstances, because, again, it can become hard to see very quickly. So that's the best advice I can give. The other piece of advice I can give is don't be out in these situations. Obviously wait for it to pass if that's possible for you to do, because these rains with this whole system moving at about 30 to 35 miles per hour shouldn't be in any one location more than about 45 minutes. So if you can give it 45 minutes, you'll usually see that rain come to an end after that time period. Again, wind situation. Take a look first at the northern storm. So I have it set to hail. And what you might notice is that outside of that hail core south of Temple, there's really not much going on in the way of hail anywhere along the storm. Obviously, those severe thunderstorm warnings were primarily issued because of the wind situation, not necessarily because of the hail, but we've seen a couple of hail cores, and again, seeing one right now just to the south of Temple there along 95 down towards Academy. Let me see if that's actually pushed off to the east at all. Keep saying along 95. There is a chance that has moved east. Yeah, more along 190 now. So again, if you're heading down 190 towards Rogers, this is still very close to Temple. If you're in Rogers, you're not in a whole lot of danger of this hail core hitting you. But again, if you're heading down 190 as if you were heading to Rogers, that is where you would run into this hail. But again, even then, about to cross over, and we'll continue to push east there, east-southeast towards Milam County and Falls County. So that's the current hail situation. The wind situation, still seeing some of those bright shadings. Remember, whenever we show you the velocity scans, we're always looking for bright shadings because that indicates the stronger winds. So right now, you can see, we showed it to you in our, what we call a reflectivity scans. You saw the bow echo. You can also see it in here too, just a little bit of that bowing shape there along the leading edge. Also some stronger winds developing in what we call a cold pool potentially here back of the, on the backside of the storm as well. So strong winds there, leading edge there into Rogers and then back towards I-35 there near Salado. Again, getting just a couple of wind speeds out of this. My suspicion, just based on the particular shade of green that I'm seeing, is that we're going to be looking at 40 to 45 mile an hour winds. Yeah, 40-ish there, and then about 44. So you take a couple of readings, you average out probably 40, 42 miles an hour there, roughly, across central Texas. So again, just to give you some context of where I just took these two readings, so this 41 mile an hour reading is just to the west of Rogers. This 44 mile an hour reading is in that red area just to the northeast of Rogers. So all along this line, likely seeing 40 mile an hour winds right now. You'll notice in Temple, not seeing the strong winds. But again, in our live shot, you can see there, we are seeing heavy rain. So again, that continues to be an issue there as our roads could, again, show some of those signs of some street ponding, some minor street flooding. Areas where we could definitely be seeing some street flooding, there is up in Waco, where we continue to see rain fall. Now, it's not the heavy rain that we had before. That has now moved on to Groesbeck, Thornton. But you see this light green box here surrounding the city of Waco. That is a flood advisory. So with all the heavy rain that's passed and some continued light rain, again, continue to watch out for those areas of street flooding, street ponding on the roads as you go about your business this evening. Again, another little power flicker here in the studio. So again, indications that, yeah, there's some wind out there for sure. Again, did look at the Encore website a little bit earlier, was showing a few outages up near China Spring, so northwest of Waco there. So there is the potential that the wind that came through earlier could have knocked out some power in a couple of places, maybe caused a little bit of minor damage. Typically 40 to 50 to 60 mile an hour winds can knock out the power. Usually not going to do a whole lot of tree damage, things like that, but it absolutely can. It can also definitely knock you around on the road a little bit, so keep that in mind as well. Definitely don't want to be driving out in these conditions. Again, if you can give it another few minutes, if you're in Waco, let this get past us. If you're down in Bell County, give it about another 30 minutes before you go about your business, and that will just make your commutes much, much easier. Again, this is the situation in Bell County, Salado getting some of the heaviest rain, so I-35 there south of Temple, south of Belton. That's where we're seeing some of that rain falling. Killeen, a little bit of clearing, and as we put it in motion, you can see that you might get a little bit more rain here in the next several minutes in Killeen, but for now, lightening up a little bit. The Grove there lightening up as well. Areas that are now on the backside of the storm about to be in the clear, at least for the afternoon. Meridian, Clifton, Jonesboro, Gatesville, Crawford, all these areas seeing a little bit of light rainfall right now, but the backside of the storm, that clearing line, about to come through those locations. So you can see this doesn't last terribly long. So that's why I say if you need to be out and driving, if you can give it a few minutes, this is not going to be an all-day event. It's usually in and out within about an hour or so. So again, just to reset a little bit for you here on our 6+ stream, strong storms now moving through Temple, Lott, up to Marlin, up towards Coolidge as well. Do want to zoom out and kind of step onto the other side of the screen to show you where everything is and where it is heading. So here's what we got. Backside of the storm, again, from Hillsboro back down towards Jonesboro, Gatesville, already seeing a little bit of clearing. Waco seeing the heaviest of the rain move out, but again, some light rain continuing behind the leading edge of the storms. This, again, little bow shape to the leading edge of these storms indicates those strong winds, not seeing much in the way of hail at all. All right, our news director just letting us know that there are 8,000 customers without power in McLennan County. I'm assuming that's according to Encore probably? Okay, so yeah, Encore reporting 8,000 power outages across McLennan County. So again, very strong winds with these storms as they came through. Again, Waco Regional Airport recorded a 67 mile per hour wind gust as the leading edge came through. So a little bit of damage possible. Not expecting widespread damage. Again, these wind gusts, when they're 50, 60, up to 65 miles an hour, can knock down some tree limbs, can knock down a sign here or there, but it's likely not going to be widespread damage across the area. But again, can knock you off the road, can move a lot of things around. So again, very strong winds. That's why we issue these severe thunderstorm warnings. Little fun fact for you. Yesterday in Midland, Texas, out in West Texas, they recorded a 111 mile per hour wind gust. I lived in Midland for 3 years. I never saw 111 miles per hour, not even through the mountains. That is crazy fast wind. That's Category 3 hurricane fast wind out in Midland yesterday. For us today, again, 67 at Waco Regional. So again, very quick winds on the leading edge of these storms. Again, pushing off to the southeast, about 30, 35 miles per hour. Again, moving kind of out of, at this time, moving out of McLennan County, moving out of Hill County, primarily in Limestone County, Falls County, and Bell County. That's kind of where we're seeing that leading edge, the heaviest rain, the strongest winds probably, and if there is any hail in these storms, we could be seeing a little bit of hail, but like the last time I looked at our scan, not really seeing a whole lot there. Rocky, I believe, is mic'd up. What you got for us?
Hey, I'm going through Troy right now, and just before you came to me, I was getting heavy downpours, visibility about the length of my hood, but now it's starting to back off a little bit as I move north down the access road. I'm staying off the highway just to be safe, yep. But starting to move along now.
Yeah, definitely along I-35, starting to see
I haven't encountered any.
Some light rain. You see the yellow shadings. That's what Rocky's talking about right now. The heaviest rain now moving again into Limestone and Falls counties. But you just heard Rocky say it. At times with these heavy downpours, you can only see the length of his hood. I'm telling you, you can really lose visibility quickly with these heavy downpours. So again, the best advice I give you is just to not be on the roads. And you just heard Rocky say he's not going to mess with I-35. That's great advice as well, because at this time, puddling, ponding, lower visibility, and the potential for traffic. So anything else you're seeing out there, Rocky? Have you seen any hail at all?
No, I haven't. There was a couple of times when I thought I might see something just because the rain was so intense, but mostly what I'm getting is just a lot of ponding, some high water, even on the access road here. You got to be careful. If you go through it fast enough, you're gonna know it.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Just
like I did just there.
Just make sure you drive with caution. And another great point from Rocky there is the service road. So the way they design our highways is in such a way that the controlled access portion of the freeways, the way it's either graded or the way it slopes off, great drainage. The access roads, sometimes not so much. In a lot of cases, they're a little bit lower than the highway. A lot of cases, you'll find more dips, more hills, more valleys. And of course, anytime the highway goes over a creek, what they're going to do is they're going to take the highway up over a bridge, that kind of elevates it a little bit, or at least they'll grade it up, whereas the service road will be a little bit closer to the creek. So as we start to see some of those creeks rise a little bit, you can get some water over the roads, especially on service roads of interstates, and of course all of our rural highways and our state highways and U.S. routes that we have across central Texas as well. What's your plan next there, Rocky?
Well, I'm just going to keep going north here. I don't know. I haven't looked at the radar yet since I dialed in to the phone line here, but I don't know what to expect up north. Pretty much I can go wherever you need me to, but right now it looks pretty light. I'm coming into the southern part of Eddy, still northbound on the I-35 access road.
Okay. So we're looking basically right around in there, right around where Falls County, Bell County, and McLennan County converge. If you're looking for the activity, if you want to see some of the heavier rain, it's going to be off to your right. We're looking at basically the leading edge right now is on a line from Marlin up towards Mejia. So if you want to continue to kind of track it, that's where you'd want to head. Otherwise, if you want to continue to show the clearing, it's totally up to you. I don't know what your plans are for the rest of the day in terms of what they've got you on your schedule.
Well, I'm just on a nice Thursday evening drive here. When I get up to Eddy, I'll take Highway 7 east towards Marlin and see what it looks like out that way.
Okay, perfect. Sounds great. And then once you get out there, let us know and we'll pull your shot back up.
Absolutely. Absolutely, I'll call in. Thank you.
All right. But again, just to reset, obviously we got Rocky heading now towards Highway 7 to kind of take him off towards the east there. For most of us along I-35 outside of Bell County, and I want to show you something real quick here in just a second. We'll talk about that in just a second, but for right now, just to continue our reset, this is where the heaviest rain is falling, and that's going to be from just to the east of Temple. You can hear it lightening up a little bit outside from Marlin up to Mejia. I do want to point out there has just been a new flood advisory issued for central Bell County. We're going to issue these flood advisories anytime that, as you just heard Rocky say, we have that street ponding, that street flooding. Creeks can get a little bit elevated. Obviously, we've got you know, the Leon River, we got Nolan Creek, all of these different waterways here in central Texas, here in Bell County. So that's going to be likely the reason for the issuance of this flood advisory. Let me step off. Let me go to my big computer so I can check the chat here to see if there's a more specific reason for the issuance of that flood advisory that I can pass along. All right, so again, reading in the National Weather Service chat, obviously they are the ones that are going to issue all these alerts that we talk about, all these warnings and watches, etc. Effectively, the issuance of the flood advisory was because radar estimates about an inch of rain up to this point. We could see another inch to come as we continue to see some of the heavy rain start to filter back into the Temple area. And so for that reason, you know, we're seeing some drainage ditches get filled up. We're seeing some stream flow. When we talk about stream flow, we're talking about our rivers and our creeks and basically the level that they're at. So again, because of all those reasons, that's why the flood advisory was issued. Also seeing, like I said earlier, don't expect a lot of damage with these storms. However, we are seeing some images come out of McLennan County Emergency Management of some downed trees on private property. Looks like some branches taken down for the most part. Although it does look like a good chunk of this person's tree was taken down. So again, when we talk about 65-mile-an-hour winds, they're not going to do widespread damage, but they can definitely take branches off of a tree, and they can definitely move you around in your vehicle. All right, another thing to point out, let me step back onto the screen here, is we have seen that northern severe thunderstorm warning extended now. Again, you just saw it a few minutes ago on air, kind of blinking onto the screen, blinking into existence. So we call these downstream warnings. So if you imagine this storm as if it was moving down a stream, you know, this would be upstream, this would be downstream, etc. So again, we're seeing this downstream extension of this warning now further into Limestone County. Let me zoom out just a little bit. So this includes Limestone County, Freestone County. It includes Leon County as well. So as this storm continues to progress off to the south, southeast, it is going to impact those areas next. If you're in Groesbeck to Thornton, that's where we're kind of seeing the heaviest rain right now. Buffalo seeing some rain out ahead of the main line as well, and maybe some pocket change sized hail in that little grouping of storms as well. So with this moving across the area, it will make it towards Buffalo and Centerville next. Again, Groesbeck, Thornton, you're in it right now. And I can tell you just from when it came over Temple, likely a 30 to 45 minute situation of some heavy rain, and again those winds gusting out of the storm up to about 60 miles per hour. That again is why the warnings are issued. So again, how long is this in effect for? Well, let's find out. Till about 4:15. So we're going to see this one in effect for about 45 more minutes. And again, does include Freestone, Limestone, and Robertson. Storm still moving about 35 miles per hour. So they've been moving fairly consistently at about 30 to 35 miles per hour all day long. And so that will likely continue to be the case over the next several hours as well. In terms of where it's headed and when it should get there, make sure this is set to 30. It's set to 30. Let's change it to 35 miles per hour. And we're just going to take the leading edge because that's where we expect the strongest winds and the heaviest rain. So if you are in Point Enterprise, about 328, 336 Personville, Booker T. Washington School 342. That looks like it's going to be the Booker T. Washington School there in Freestone County. Teague by about 343, Jewett right around 4 o'clock, Bennett School 405, Buffalo 405, the same there, Centerville about 420, and then Leona by 431. So again, not moving terribly fast. You can imagine if you were driving in your car and you were driving east, you'd probably be able to get to Centerville a lot quicker than 419, but again, with the forward momentum of 35 miles per hour, that's about the timing we can expect here. So that's what we're looking at with that particular storm. Haven't seen them issue any sort of downstream warning on the Bell County storm. Again, we've seen it kind of weaken just a little bit. Never had a huge hail core on it, but the winds were the primary driving force there as well. So again, potentially seeing some of these winds start to calm down just a little bit. And that Bell County warning was in effect until 3:30, I believe. Yes, 3:30. So we'll see what happens here with that one in the next couple of minutes, if that is extended or if that is allowed to expire. Again, we can take a look inside the storm ourselves as well. And what you just saw was the storm near Buffalo. So that's out ahead of the main line. That's not part of our main grouping of storms. That one is intensifying a little bit, developing a little bit of a hail core there. Could see potentially, if that continues to grow, we could see the potential of a new severe thunderstorm warning issued there. Here's the wind situation that we're looking at in a couple of these storms. Again, Salado to Rogers, probably 40-mile-an-hour winds. If I click on it, yeah, 46, so 40 to 45 miles per hour, probably at ground level there between Salado and Rogers. And again, moving off to the east-southeast, so that will impact Rogers on its way towards Cameron there in Milam County as well. In terms of what's happening up around Buffalo, again, that's where we just saw that storm that is growing in intensity. Again, a little bit out ahead of that main line of storms, but a strong storm there as well. Again, our radar readings, and mind you, anytime we get outside the purple, whenever you see these purple rings, this is what's called range folding. Basically, we're getting to the effective edge of the useful range of our radar. So again, take this with a grain of salt. At this point, several thousand feet up in the air, our radar beam is. But 64 miles per hour, could be reaching the ground at 50, 55, up to about 60 miles per hour. So again, we're looking at that one as well there in Buffalo. And then just to the east of Thornton and Groesbeck, pockets of 45 to 50 mile an hour winds there as well. So a wind situation with these storms that has been ongoing for the last couple of hours. And it's pretty hefty winds. Like I said, I've seen pictures of a tree down. We had the Encore report of about 8,000 people without power in McLennan County, likely attributable to the wind as well. Can't say that for certain, obviously, but you know, it would be a well-educated guess. As far as the hail situation goes, do want to double check on that again. Again, near Buffalo, you see this little area right here, this little pinpoint just to the east of town there in Buffalo, likely about 5/10 there, about half an inch there just to the east side of Buffalo. And again, seeing just a little bit of a hail core develop there in parts of Falls County there, just to the south of Marlin, just to the northwest of Bremond. So that is all moving southeast. So if you're in Bremond, could see that hail core make it into town there over the next several minutes as well. Do you want to run this back in motion just so you can kind of see the forward momentum of these storms? That the hail core that I just showed you between Marlin and Bremond, that is a new one that has just developed here in the last few minutes. You can see the hail core that we were dealing with in Bell County, that has now moved down towards the Milam County line and now moving off towards Cameron. So that's where we're seeing the hail that was impacting parts of Temple. Again, not very large. Pea-sized, dime-sized hail tops with that. And again, we were just talking about at 3:30 what we'd see done with this particular warning. That warning was allowed to expire. So we're now done with that particular severe thunderstorm warning as well. And the only one left is going to be along the leading edge of that northern storm, now moving through Groesbeck and Thornton. This warning, and again, in effect until 4:15, will include the towns of Buffalo and Centerville. But if you're in Buffalo already dealing with some weather here out ahead of that main line, no warning on this particular storm, but likely possibly seeing hail and some of those gusty winds there as well. So I'm going to step off, let this run for a little while so you can stay up to date with the radar, but I'm going to take just a quick breather. We'll be back in a few minutes with another update. All right. Thanks for staying with us on our 6+ stream this afternoon. Obviously, with the weather going on, do want to keep everybody informed and up to date on everything that's going on across Central Texas. I wanted to take this opportunity to tell you about driving in the rain, okay? So I said earlier, the best advice that I can ever give is when it's raining hard, don't drive. Usually these storms will come and go in 45 minutes or so, and if you can take that long of a break to kind of let these storms pass through, obviously your driving situation will be much easier. I do want to show you this video. Our producer Brendan took this video so you can see this white truck. He's got the right idea. He's moving very slowly. So this was taken from the second floor of our studio here in downtown Temple. Take a look at some of the water that's coming out as these tires go over the road. So that's what we talk about when we talk about street ponding. We talk about some minor street flooding. And again, that's why that flood advisory was issued for Temple as the heavier rains came through. Still in effect as we're still seeing a little bit of rainfall across the area. But again, take a look at the the splash that's being created as these cars drive through this particularly flooded roadway there. That, for your point of reference, is 3rd Street. This was taken about 30 minutes ago as the heaviest parts of the storm were moving through Temple. Heaviest parts of the storm now, so if we can go ahead and take a radar full screen again, is going to be out ahead of Groesbeck, ahead of Thornton, moving east now towards Buffalo. If you're in Buffalo, already got hit pretty hard with a pretty decent hail core and some very gusty winds there just a few minutes ago. That part of the storm, that's actually out ahead of the main line. That's actually moving off to the northeast right now towards Palestine there into Anderson County. That will be moving across the Trinity River here over the next 45 minutes to the next hour. You can kind of see it back building a little bit. So Buffalo expecting to get a little bit more rain here over the next few minutes. And then as the main line comes through, more wind. Again, you can see the bow shape on the front edge of this storm, so that indicates very strong winds moving towards Buffalo, and also the heaviest part of the rain that we're expecting will be moving into Buffalo here in the next several minutes as well. Again, as we look at these storms, this severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4:15 includes Freestone, Leon, Limestone, and just the little northeastern clip of Robertson County as well. But the primary concerns for this storm are going to be primarily in Leon and Freestone County here over the next several minutes, moving out of Limestone County at the moment. Again, these storms moving along pretty quickly. We're talking 35 miles per hour, so they're not staying in any one place a terribly long time. Again, like I said, you give it 45 minutes to an hour and the rain is already starting to diminish. We already see the winds go by. The problem is we talk about, well, this is going to be a 4, 5, or 6 hour event. We have a very large viewing area that we cover. So we're not saying that any one area is going to get rain for 4 or 5 or 6 hours. We're saying that one location may get rain for 45 minutes, but because of the size of the viewing area that we have here at 6 News, it's going to take several hours for it to move across. Remember, we cover everything from the northwestern edge of Bosque County all the way down, as I step off the screen, out of Madison County. And then okay. All right, so our photographer Rocky right now is between Lot and Rosebud, and again, as he continues to drive east, you can see the rain start to pick up a little bit more. We're seeing it kind of lighten up for him there a little while, but now as he continues to drive off to the east, you see that rain start to pick up again. So that's you can see him moving from the backside of the storm back towards the front of the storm. So Rocky, what are you seeing?
Well, as you said, the rain is picking up. I've got the radar pulled up now in the car so I can track where the intensity is, and so I'm moving further south on Highway 7, just coming into Rosebud, and the conditions are getting a little bit worse. Seeing some lightning. I know it looks to me like the rougher stuff is much further east than I am, but definitely coming back into some weather. I was driving completely out of it there for a minute, cut across at Eddy and came back over through Lot. Now I'm coming into Rosebud, and it's starting to pick up a little, but still no hail, no real high winds. Definitely have some ponding on Highway 7. Trying to be really careful for that. Maybe follow this truck in front of me. He's making the grooves in the pavement for me.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is a lot of your conditions are going to be dependent on the conditions of the driver in front of you too. I always say allow plenty of following distance, but at the end of the day, yeah, there are benefits and there are concerns as well. But again, Rocky said he's driving into Rosebud right now, and he was coming from Lott. So again, moving through Travis towards Rosebud, you can see now that is where some of the heaviest rain is, and just off to the east there near Baileyville, that's where we're seeing potentially another hail core try to develop. We've been seeing these all day. I know whenever I say the word hail, everybody's ears start to perk up, and rightfully so, because hail can be destructive, hail can be damaging, it can be very expensive as well. But a lot of the time with these types of storms, we'll see these little hail cores try to pop up, they'll pulse up and then they'll pulse back down. Not really seeing a whole lot of indications throughout the day today. Don't think we have the heat necessary really to cause those very, very large, very tall 45, 55,000 foot updrafts that would support those hail cores. So again, like I said, you saw it kind of pop into existence and you see it kind of pop out of existence. So we're kind of seeing that throughout the day here. So again, not a lot in terms of large hail, but we've seen a number of hail cores pop up throughout the day. In fact, one of the larger ones was just to the south of Temple about 30 minutes ago. In terms of the rest of the area, again, heavy rainfall continues across the eastern portions here, moving between I-35 and I-45. Right now, the heaviest rain in the Highway 14, Highway 6 corridor, with just, again, this little extra arm of activity there for the areas to the east of Buffalo, again, moving off towards the Trinity River right now. So that severe thunderstorm warning, that's going to be primarily for Anderson County, not necessarily for anybody here in central Texas. That's going to be more east Texas. You can see it does include Freestone and Leon, but really it's the far eastern edge of those counties, primarily, again, more in Anderson County for that particular storm. Our greatest concern right now continues to be the one severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect from Groesbeck all the way down towards Centerville. That storm still showing a pretty decent bowing along the leading edge, that arcing shape that indicates those strong winds. Again, not seeing anything in the way of a hail core, so again, this severe thunderstorm warning definitely favoring the wind profile. There's that storm I was just talking about, the one that's out ahead of the leading edge there near Buffalo, moving off towards Anderson County. You can see pocket change sized hail there, maybe as high as 3/4 of an inch, maybe even up to about an inch in diameter there, so up to quarter sized hail there east of Buffalo, moving towards the Trinity River. But again, our hail scanner, again, not picking up a whole lot today. It's been primarily a wind event. And again, there you see it right there near Centerville. Probably 35, 40 mile an hour winds there. Yep, 45, and then to the east of there. And again, anything that's inside these purple rings or beyond these purple rings, again, take it with a grain of salt because it is so far from the radar that it really, we can use it as an estimate, but I wouldn't use it as the gospel by any stretch. So it says 70, probably 60, 65 miles per hour there, just to the east, southeast of Buffalo in parts of Leon County right now. But even the wind profiles, according to our radar, let me do this. I'm going to change our radar real quick. Let's see if we get a little bit of a different reading from a different radar site. So right now, the one we're using is down in Granger, down in Williamson County. And so obviously the further away you get from a radar station, the less accurate it's going to be, especially at ground level, because these radar beams are at an angle. So the further you go, the higher you are. So again, at some point, we're looking into the middle of a storm. We're not looking at the ground anymore. And so that's my concern. We look at something like there near Buffalo. That's awfully far from the radar state. The other one that we have, I don't know if it's going to be much better. Yeah, it's not a whole lot better. It's out of DFW. You can see it's still really outside the range. Let's try Houston. That's a little bit better. Whoops. But still, not much there. I would say probably 40 mile an hour winds leading out of the storm if you're in and around Buffalo, Centerville down to Ridge. Maybe as high as 50 or 55, but definitely not, I wouldn't be expecting the 60, 65 mile an hour winds that we got back in Waco earlier. Putting it all in motion again, you can see the momentum of these storms taking it off to the southwest or southeast. You can see here in Temple and in Waco, in Crawford, in Gatesville, Flat, Pidcoke, Coppers Cove, all those areas now starting to see that clearing behind this line of storms. I want to take this opportunity to kind of take a wider look, because remember, all of this activity does develop out in West Texas. So what's been happening the last few days, I'll give you a little bit of an update on our setup. So we have this dry line that's set up out to the west. This is where it was yesterday. Haven't updated yet, but if I'm looking at the wind profile, probably still fairly accurate. What happens is, if you've ever been southwest of the Pecos River, if you've ever been down to Big Bend, Alpine, Marfa, Fort Davis, those areas, a lot of mountains. So what happens is you get these west winds coming across the mountains, and they flow up the mountain, and they develop into these thunderstorms, and then they start moving off to the east. As they do so, they have a tendency, as we've seen the last couple of days, to kind of grow in size and obviously move towards central Texas, South Texas. As far as what we expect for this evening, I'm not expecting much in the way of activity for this evening, but as we head towards tomorrow, that's going to be our next best chance, I think, to see those showers and thunderstorms. If we see any of this activity out in the Trans-Pecos right now take off, then we could see it move towards central Texas later on tonight, but again, that is still very much yet to be seen. Right now, our concern is this complex of storms that is currently moving over the area. So again, we'll continue to keep an eye on it. I'll give you another update here and probably in about another 10 minutes or so.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, thank you. Thank you.
Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check, check.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. The trial of Case and Allison, day 8, 5 p.m. Back in studio.
Nothing more exciting than covering the trial.
It's so awesome. Yeah. I can hear it. Yeah. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Does that sound better? Okay, cool.
Okay, sorry. Mic check. Tonight on 6 News, storms moving across central Texas. Do we have the radar ready? Do you have the radar ready?
This is 6 News at 5.
Tonight on 6 News, storms moving across central Texas. We're tracking the rain.
And the Case and Allison murder trial close to wrapping up. Details on testimony from the Bell County courtroom.
Plus, wild horses headed to the border for a badge and a purpose. We'll tell you why these horses are being put to work. Thanks for joining us on this stormy Thursday on KCN and our streaming app 6 Plus. I'm Bailey Bates.
And I'm Lindsay Littman. If you've downloaded the